everybody! How are you doing? Sorry about the late start time. I had a few internet issues and it was just not working until like a minute before the stream, so. Today we are going to be finishing the artwork for ThornsLovely that we started last stream. I did make a couple of edits to it right before the stream to clean up the line art and stuff. I'm gonna switch over to the slides tab. That's okay, at least your PC didn't blow up, right? Yeah, I have no idea what caused that. Apparently there was a lot of dust in it. And maybe a spider, I don't know. So we're gonna switch over to my slides window and get started on this artwork. Could you draw me next? We'll see. Alright, since I tend to speak quieter, I'm just gonna pull this down a little bit so it's kind of chill in the background. Alright, why is that not showing up? It was before. Oh no. Window capture, nope. There we go. Alright. PCs are not the best place to store your spiders. True. I think they're attracted to the heat. Anyway, I got the reference up in the corner here now, so we can actually see what we're working with. And I'm noticing that this hair color is actually a little light. Should we change it maybe? Let me... Oh yeah, my tablet. I forgot. Here we go. I think that works. And I'm just gonna make sure like all of them match the reference image. Whoa, my mouse is lagging, what the heck. There we go. And now I can see that that's a blue now that it's on my main monitor. I think we can work with what we got here. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe I'll darken it a little, but... Okay, I need to go in and fix a couple of spots here. We're just gonna pull that, and I need the size to come down a little. And we're just gonna go around and fix these spots that did not catch. All right. So yeah, the line art is a lot cleaner now. I'll just go around here. Oh. That should do it. And make sure all these spots are... Actually, can I just fill those? Yes, yes I can. Wonderful. Okay. Any spots in the hair that did that? I don't see any. Okay, we should be good. I'll just patch over that real quick. And this is what we're working with right now. You know what? I'm gonna take this and just make it slightly more denim colored. And we'll go over this. All right. Considering drawing my own stuff too while we're here. Yeah, for sure. Drawing party, let's go. I don't know if I can turn off the pen pressure for some of this, because base color works better when it's like really flat, but the pen pressure will help for shading. Here, I'll just use the mouse in spots. And then we're gonna go down here, and I'll go around the buttons. Artist party, yeah. And I fixed my audio settings on Moonlight so it doesn't try to filter them through my iPad. Because last time I was just listening to lo-fi music on YouTube. Now I'm actually hearing what you guys are. Okay. Hey Lego! Don't worry about being late, I'm glad you're here. It's a 4-hour stream, you haven't missed much. We just started. I guess I wish there was a fill setting like Procreate. Ugh. Petition to bring Procreate to PC and Mac. And we'll just fill in these. Four-hour stream. Yeah, I blocked out 4 hours. I don't know if we're gonna use the full 4 hours, but I blocked out 4 hours in my schedule for this. Because an hour was not enough last time. I want to at least finish this and work on, like, something else. Because so many of you put references in the server. Okay. Are you using Krita? Yes, this is Krita. I just started learning it last art stream. So I don't know what I'm doing other than what I recognize from other art programs. Nice, Lego. All right. These aren't that hard to cover up. I just miss Procreate. But I can't do the tablet tracking if I use Procreate, unfortunately. Okay, I don't like that line. So we're gonna... Oh! I use it for larger artworks. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to learn things right now. We'll just pen that in. I mean, this is nice because I can move between my regular PC and mouse controls and this, but yeah. Okay, we'll go around that. I need like a macro to turn the pen pressure on and off, I think. Because the pen control is great, but... Just gonna... I'm getting used to it! I know where my brushes are now. I added some to favorites. All right. And then we'll just fill in the other buttons. It should be close enough. I can just boop, boop, boop. All right. And then I guess we'll go around here. Garnet, you should draw me, at least when you're done Thorns. I will look for your reference when I'm done with ThornsLovely. I don't know why my mouse keeps lagging. I feel like it's a little better than it was. Maybe it's because the PC got taken apart, but I don't know. Okay, we'll stop there and come around there. Call me Thorns for short. Okay. I'll just touch that in. And I'm gonna see if I can't find a pen pressure toggle actually. Let's see, configure Krita, tablet settings. Let's see. Okay, input pressure. I'm just gonna adjust the input pressure slightly and we'll see how that works down here. Okay. I think that's better. I can turn it off by just making it all high pressure and then we can put it back on when we're done the base color. Because the pressure settings are good for sketching and adding detail, but not so great for base color when I just want a nice solid color. No opacity. There we go. All right, we have the jacket done, I think. I don't know if that's part of the jacket. I did that neckline a little weird, I think. No, that's black. That should be part of the shirt, I think. All right, we'll actually sample the colors from the shirt here. And I think what I'm gonna do is just kind of block that in. Yeah, that looks all right. Oh wait, that's supposed to be blue. I'm stupid. I will grab the blue. And we'll do that. Okay. Just gonna zoom right in. It's a very dark blue, it blends with the black, so. I wish I could like draw a straight line. That's not exactly even. Guys, I'm officially going to be making more music. Nice. We finishing Thorns today, correct? Yes. And then with whatever time is left, we will move on to another piece. I'm just gonna keep looking at the reference. So that middle one is also... I wonder if I should go over the line art. I could. We have that option. It's gonna be very subtle, but I think that works. And then I can just... I'm just gonna adjust the opacity here so we can see what we're doing. All right. Come on. Oh, I'm on the line art one. All right. I think we'll be all right with that. I will clean it up in a moment. Okay, that should do it. Do that. I want to use this brush and then move over. And fill those little gaps. You're not really going to see it much anyway, but okay, some of that's underneath the line art, so it's fine. Yeah, some of it's under the line art. And we're just gonna start like here. And just fill that in. And then the bottom. You can kind of just go along there. I need like brush smoothing or something. This isn't bad, but just set your reference last minute. We'll get to it. This isn't the last stream I'm gonna be doing or anything. So we'll see if we have time today, and if not, future stream. Okay. That will work. I'm just gonna make this a little bit thicker. That should be all right. Yeah, I think that works. And I'm just gonna clean this up a little. There we go. My stupid scroll wheel is being dumb. Okay, and this side. I'm just gonna pull this back a little so we can see what we're doing again. Let's see. I kind of want to look up if there's a way to do the shift thing. Somebody says they would love to have the feature under Preferences, Canvas Input Settings, Tool Invocation. Okay. So you click to set the starting point, keep it pressed and drag. Okay. Oh, that is the... Let me just see what I can find here. Preferences, Canvas, Tool. Add shortcut for the mouse button. Oh, there's already one. V plus left button. Okay, let's try it. Okay, I see. Okay. I can get used to that. We're learning. Yay. I'm just gonna... Oh. There we go. And then V. I'm just gonna do that. And then we'll come back on it. And I'll... Wait, I don't like that. Wah! Wrong button. Wrong button! Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Not bad. Okay, let's put the line art back up, and I'm just gonna patch that a little. Come on. Oh, I'm on the line art. That works. And then white, and now we can do the shirt color. Okay, with our new line trick. Okay. Click and drag. Oh, I need to be on the bottom color layer. Oh. It's not shift. I need to remember that. Need a little bit bigger than that. Okay. Go a tiny bit smaller. And then just kind of just outline with the brush. And I guess this is the same color, so. There we go. Go back to my pen. I should be able to use the pen with that trick as well. Yes, I can. Very nice. See how much more efficient this is? Being able to just draw lines. I love it. Okay. And then we'll just do this one, and that one, and that one. Oh wait, no. White, black, that one, and then that should do it. Okay. draw around there. And I'll save the lines for when I need them. There we go. Then just fill those and brush in the spots. And this is going a lot more efficiently now that I have learned some things. There we go. That should be good for base color. And just for the sake of argument, I'm just going to, because I would do this if we had a transparent background. I am going to grab the exact color of white here and just fill in the spots, which it appears that I'm gonna have to line around them. So I'm just gonna make a new paint layer underneath, and we'll just kind of go under. And I'll do it that way. And there's very little to kind of fill in. I don't actually have to be this exact. I just kind of need to go down the side here and then connect it. And then just patch in the little spots. And then this area, I can be a little bit broad with it. Don't have to patch anything there. And then this is the bottom part, so I'll have to draw that in by myself. There we go. And then I can just merge that down. Merge with layer below. And I want to touch this up a little. Okay, I think we're pretty good for base color. I need your eyebrows in there. I should match those to the hair maybe. And we'll just paint over. Yeah, teeth and eyebrows. Most of the base color is done though. I'll go a little bit smaller. And I caught another spot here. The skin color is really not helping. I'm just filling in any little spots that I'm catching. Oh yeah, this one's kind of translucent too. This is why I like the pen pressure to be just straight opaque for base color, because then you don't run into those problems. The eyes are a little opaque too. Hang on. Or not opaque, translucent. So I'm just gonna go in and patch that up a little bit. That should do it. And this is a little bit wonky too. Oh. Okay, the highlights are there, so I can actually go under without any problems. There we go. Okay, then we need a good, like, inner mouth color. Probably on the pinker side. Like, maybe there. I think that'll work for the inner mouth. Yeah. And then we'll add the teeth over top of that. I'll just color it in. There we go. Oh, I will fix that. And that's actually easy to fix because it's on a different layer. And there's a couple of spots here. There we go. And then we need a nice tooth color. Maybe kind of that. I need to be on the brush. Why is that not? Oh, there we go. I can clean up that with the mouth color in a moment. What I think we're gonna do is just okay, I can't just touch like that, I actually have to draw it. I'm just gonna go in with this color and just do the same thing in reverse. And patch in these spots. That looks pretty good. Should probably add something to the line art. Let's go back to black. Oh. That's right. Tool options. I need this to be... Let's try 1. Yeah, that'll work. And we'll just clean that up a little bit. I can delete a couple of these points. I'm pretty sure. Is that the delete button? Why won't it let me delete them? We'll move them. That'll work. This is why I love vectors. Because if the line's not right, you just go fix it. Okay, I think that should be good. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Alright, now that we've got the base colors, we should add a little bit of shading to this. I think I will do that on a layer in the middle here. I don't like vectors since they're hard to use. It depends on the program. Like this one I am frustrated with because there's just so many dots. It's just, but like in Affinity, I can just like touch, and just trace it and then just like shape the vector around my sketch. So I'll have to figure out if I can do that in Krita or not. And the lines, like, I get different brush options in Affinity, so this is just really hard to work with versus Affinity. Yeah, the vectors ain't vectoring. Let's see, how do I want to do the shading on this? Yeah, this is all flat color, so it's not really giving me much of a reference. What I think I'm gonna do is just go a little bit lighter here. And we're just gonna do some shading. I need to put my pen pressure back because that will help for this. Full pen pressure. Okay. And then we'll just kind of... What's a good brush for shading? I wonder if I should use one of the paint brushes. We can try this. See how that works. There's a control panel which lists all of Krita's features. I'll have to look for that. Yeah, this will work. And we'll just kind of build up the shading on these buttons. Start small. Don't overwhelm myself with things I don't understand. I should probably decide where the light's coming from. Based on the buttons, I think I've decided that it is coming from up here. So that's our light. So everything, there should be shadows in here, I guess. And we'll just kind of layer that in. What I should be doing is using blend modes, because blend modes make this a lot easier to just be able to draw over and then adjust the color of the things underneath it, but we're gonna work with this for now. I can use solid black up top if it'll let me. And then, oh yeah, there's stuff I can't see on my iPad with the black. That's insane. I'm wondering if I should just stick with flat shading. Because this looks terrible. I don't like it. The buttons aren't bad, but whatever. Let's go back to our brush and maybe take some of the pen pressure off. Okay, then I can just... That is the wrong color. I need... Here we go. And we'll just kind of... Yeah, I think that'll work better for this style. Just the flat shading. Because we're already using a pretty soft brush here, so it blends. A lot of people make the mistake of overshading at first. I did originally, and I just overblend everything. Yeah, we're gonna go simple with the shading. Like cartoon style. And then gray color for these spots. And I'm just gonna draw the line through. And we'll do that. Okay, yeah, the pen pressure's still there, but it's easier to work with at least, and I don't have to worry about as many holes versus the base. It can still kind of give the shading character. There we go. And I can always just touch up. There we go. And then down here. And a little bit in here. I should also see if I can clip this. Is there a clipping mask option? No. I'm gonna have to find that too. We'll get there. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna make this easy. And we're gonna fill. Back to the brush. Simple, simple shading. I didn't even need to turn the pen pressure back on. This is fine. Clipping masks on the layer tab. Layer. How do I do that? Layer tab. I have no idea what I'm doing. Also, I'll probably have to flatten this down so it clips to all of it. Yeah. Merge my colors. Merge. Selected layers is what I want to do. And then it's the arrow, right click. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be looking. Sort by name. Okay, that just moves the ones around. Let's look up here. Clipping group. Okay. Oh, okay. How do I clip this to this? Let's try that. No. Maybe? Is that... Yep, that works. That works! Okay. We'll go with that then. In that case, I'm just gonna go in like that. That'll help on the edges. Okay. Let's go to an almost black here. And I'll just draw that in. Go over it. That works. I wonder if that's too dark. Because it looks too dark on my iPad, but on my computer screen, it's fine. Apple's weird that way. Like, you can never trust blacks. And that is absolutely a statement that I am gonna need context for. There, I'll just make it a little bit brighter. Now it looks alright on my iPad. This is why you always check things on multiple monitors, because you don't know when it's gonna be alright. Or when it's gonna need some kind of adjustment to not look blotchy. But yes, black colors specifically on artwork on screens, you can never really trust that they're gonna show up the same on everything. Okay. Oh, yikes. Okay, there we go. And then down here, we'll just do that. And this is a little bit not aligned with that, but that's fine. We'll just go back in here and add a little bit to that. That looks pretty good. I should probably add a little bit of shadow in there too. Just like here or something. No, I guess, yeah. Maybe the full thing. I'm thinking the full thing because not a lot of light would be reaching that spot, if that makes sense. Yeah, that looks good. This hair will be casting a shadow. Block that in. Maybe add a little bit up top here. I don't know. Nah, that's fine. This hair would also be casting a shadow, so. Ooh. To stay within the constraints of what I set up. Which is fine. There we go. Why is that not working? Okay, I guess we'll do it annually? Nope. There's a hole somewhere. There's a hole somewhere. Undo. Undo. Okay. I'm guessing it's in here. Better. Much better. At the end of this, I'm gonna need to post a drawing stream compilation. Because this is... wow. Oh, I want a little bit over there. Okay. You got petrified by Medusa. Alright, let's add in some skin color highlights. We'll just darken slightly. Maybe desaturate a little. And come on. Did I like select something? Oh, I'm on the eraser. That will do it. I'm just gonna go in with this line tool and just smooth that out a little. Okay. Here's hoping I can use the line tool with the eraser as well. Nope, I cannot. Nope. So we'll just have to do that manually. Alright. I'll just go around here and touch that up a little. We'll add a little bit of a shadow to the ear as well. And just the inner ear. And then this bang is gonna need something as well. I will touch up the part that went through the eyebrow, do not worry. We're getting there. And then we'll use the hair shading color for the eyebrow. I'm gonna have to seal that off though. There we go. This seems to be working just fine. I hate how squiggly my lines are though. I need stabilization. And I don't know how to get it. Okay, I'm just gonna like take out a little bit more than I meant to. And then we're just gonna go in with the tool. And just come around like this. Interesting part of this is I can use it just like I would the iPad normally, because I can see what's on my screen on my iPad mirrored. But I can also use it like a straight up pen tablet. I meant to undo. And then erase this little bit. Just go around this a little more. I need pen stabilization so bad. And then probably here. We can just go around there. And I'll just add in a little bit of a slight shadow there. I think I'm doing all right for no pen stabilization. This is hard. Okay. Whoa. That should be pretty good. And then probably a little bit here. Some shadow with the hair here. And then that's pretty good. Your eyes are like a bright gradient here, so I'm actually gonna go over that pinkish color and kind of shadow in the top. And because it's a gradient, maybe I can find like a soft brush. Ooh, this is a blending stick, I think. Oh yeah, I love that. I'm adding that one to favorites. So I can go in like half the eye maybe. And then we'll bring back the Q-tip. There's also a smudge stick too, but that creates a very nice gradient and I like it. Stabilization on side menu 2. Where? I don't know where I'm looking at for that. Display settings, storage resources. Just gonna see if I can find something. Tablet tester, brush speed smoothing. I don't know. I'll find it eventually, I'm sure. Oh yeah, there's also a finger for blending as well. That's interesting. All right. And then I want a little bit darker color for inside the mouth too. We'll just shade in the side. And where's that color that I used for the shirt? That can also work for the teeth. We'll just... No, I don't like that. I feel like it needs to be closer to this color but darker. There we go. That's better. So we'll just do that. That's looking pretty good so far. And then we'll just go a little bit darker here for the shadows. And we'll just join it to that one. And then if the ear's getting a shadow, there's a good chance It's casting a shadow too. No, no cockroach. Even Rinny hates the cockroach, honestly. Okay. My scroll wheel is so touchy on this PC. I need to calibrate it somehow. But my mouse software is broken. Yay. Okay, a little bit in here. And it's pretty good so far. This can probably come all the way down. Okay. And we'll do this. I'm guessing this is casting a shadow as well. The light's also coming from the top, so maybe not on the top. Yeah, let's get rid of the top shadow. And we'll do, like, downward shadow. Lighting is hard, guys. That'll do it. And we'll just do that. And then we need some shadow from this piece of hair. And then there'll be less light back here too. Because the face will have a little bit of shadowing going on. Okay. I'm gonna have to find that pen stabilization, even if I find it on the next piece. Because we've got a bit of a style going on here. And I don't want to change it too much. There'll be a bit of shadow in here following the shadow from the eye. That's a little bit much. But we'll connect it. There we go. All right, we're also gonna need highlights. So let's see. Let's go a little bit lighter, and I'm just gonna lean slightly pink. And we'll kind of add in a highlight. That's the eraser. Okay, I think I need the brush smoothing for the highlights. How do we do this? Okay, those are blend modes. see. Edit brush settings. Randomness, precision. Is there just like a setting I can turn on? Scatter, saturation, sharpness, softness, spacing. Nope. Stabilizer. Here we go. Brush smoothing is stabilizer. So apparently there is a bit of smoothing on here already. Sample count at max speed. So I don't know. Preserve alpha, set eraser mode. Wait, can I just... I need to know if that works. It does. Oh my gosh. I didn't have to go back to the eraser brush. Brush smoothing stabilizer. Let's try upping the sample count. Or maybe lowering the sample count? I don't know how this works. That is smoother, I will say. So we've got a little bit of an advantage there. So let's just... Okay, lowering the sample count appears to have worked. There's a little bit more drag, but that's fine. Okay, maybe I should just color it in. I don't know. Okay, I don't like that as much. It's smoother for like the outlines, but for coloring it's less helpful. So we're gonna mess with that again. Maybe put it at 15 and reduce the delay. That's better. In Procreate, I just have everything set up already, so I haven't had to think about this for a long time. I think that's a pretty good highlight. Yeah, this smoothing is working a lot better. That looks pretty good. And then probably we'll add something around here as well. There we go. I'm just gonna go around here and we'll just shape that a little bit. Ooh, it's overlapping a little. That's easy to fix. I'm just gonna make that a little bit skinnier over here. There we go. And we'll add a little bit here. I am on a completely different color right now. Hang on. And we'll just kind of slot that in here. And add some highlights to these edges. I'm just gonna kind of trace over it. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a few around this side too. And curls don't reflect light perfectly, so we got a little bit of room to mess with here. I'm just gonna clean that up a little. Okay. No, we'll just connect that out. And I can probably connect this one too. Oh. There we go. And probably something on the top too, because we determined the light was coming from up top there. Oh, I'm on the eraser still. So let's add like a little bit here. That looks pretty good. And then skin highlights. I'm just gonna go to an almost white. And then we'll just add a highlight on the nose. And then probably the bridge of the nose. And then we'll probably have a little bit of a highlight coming around the edge here. Maybe not that wide. We're getting there. And we can probably blend some of these out too as we go. Kind of just want to do the top of the ear here. And then I'm just gonna go underneath. little bit of a highlight under the... Okay, not quite. And the jacket is the last thing that needs highlights, I think. So I'm actually going to take maybe this darker color and just kind of follow what I started with the shadows. And we'll use our lovely line tool to get that connected. Oop. I'm just gonna do that, and I'll just take that out a bit so I can correct that a little. That should do it. And we'll have like probably something here too. Just a very subtle shadow. Whoop. Wrong button. And I'm just gonna take that. And we're gonna make that a little bit sharper. There we go. These buttons probably cast a shadow too, if I had to guess, so we can go around the edge here. I feel like I'm not reading as much of chat as I'd like to be, but I'm also kind of locked in on this, so... Alright. And then maybe just something a little bit lighter for the highlights. And we'll just have that come down here. We're going to use my line tool to sharpen that up a little. And then probably down here too. Just kind of trace this line all the way down. And I think that looks pretty solid. Chat, do you think I should add anything else? Maybe a bit of shadow around the eyes? Yeah, I think I'll do that. A little bit of shadow underneath the eyes will help. Maybe a little bit above as well. just to define the eye a little bit more. I think that looks pretty good. Only thing I could possibly add is maybe... Wait. Mask layer. Duplicate layer mask. Does this still work? Yes, perfect. I am gonna find a nice soft fuzzy brush somewhere. For our highlights. Ooh, maybe dry brushing them on at a lower opacity will do it. So I'm just gonna do, yeah, that might work. Nah, I don't like that brush. I need something like fuzzy or something. Maybe this one? Nope, that's more grunge. If I was in Procreate, I'd know exactly what brush I want, but... That's too... I feel like I need like a watercolor brush or something. If you want fuzzy, use Ember. I don't think Ember wants to be a paintbrush. Ooh, textures maybe. Nope. Digital. Dry marker maybe. Alright, let's try that. We'll make it a little bit bigger. And I'll just like... I think that'll work. I'm just gonna add a little bit of a highlight. A little bit of a highlight in the middle here. And a little bit of a highlight there. And then we're gonna go in with a blending brush of some kind. Wait. Maybe this one. Whoop. And then I can just blend that out. No, the Q-tip was better. Smudge stick, maybe? Blender blur, yes, that's what I want. So we'll just kind of blur that out a little. Same here. Blur out this light. Hello, welcome to the stream. Done today? Okay, I think that's pretty much done. Only thing I can do is maybe blend these a little. I don't know. Am I on this layer maybe? I don't know what layer I'm on. This could definitely use a little bit of blending, I don't know. That's not letting me do what I'm trying to do. So we're just gonna leave it. One thing I will do though is take the eraser around the outside here. Oh wait, I don't want to do that on that layer. just gonna do it on this layer to clean up the eye a little bit, and then we'll just go straight white and just I will try to fill in the spots that are bleeding a little bit. I don't know why that's not working for some reason. Oh, there we go. It's the top layer that's got it. And then I think this one will be done, and we can move on to the next. All right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the reference out, and then we're just going to crop down to the size. And I think that looks good. All right. I'm gonna open a new file, and we're gonna move on to the next one. Okay. Sure, that size is fine by me. Should be good enough. I will find your reference in the Discord. Yeah, we're gonna draw Bean next. Okay. Art references. Okay, there's two files, one with and without wings. So which one do you want? I'll bring in the one with wings for now. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Copy image, please. Okay. And then I need my move tool. And we'll make it a little bit smaller. And we'll put that at the bottom. Okay, we'll do it with wings then. And I will start a sketch layer. I just need to not be selecting this. Okay, let me just see what we're dealing with here and move to my pencil wherever that went. This will work. Number 2 pencil. What other pencils do I have to work with? Let me just see. I think I did the hard pencil last time. 4B pencil. Quick shade. Let's try this one. And I'll just add it to my favorites for now. Okay. I'm just gonna do a little test with that. If I can. I'm on the wrong tool for that. Okay, I need to like deselect everything. There we go. Oh, I am drawing in white. That would explain a lot. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. It's doing like nothing when I... Okay, there. That's why I didn't have my pen pressure set full. Yeah, that is pretty good for sketching, I think. We'll just make it a tad smaller. That's more than a tad. Okay. So you've got a human body up top with eyes on your arms, antlers, pointed ears. Okay, let's get... I don't think I'm gonna do a full body, so we'll kind of work from here up. So kind of start with... Should I do a front profile? That might be easier. I think we can do side profile again. So I'm just gonna kind of draw your face as an oval here. And I'll do my guides here. Okay, I should be putting this through the center maybe. I need to see this. Okay, your eyes are kind of squarish, so... I don't like these stabilization settings for this, so I'm just gonna set it to default. And we'll see how that works. That is working even worse. Let's go back to none. Alright. That's better. I also have angel bite piercings on my mouth. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to those. I'm just gonna do that sort of square shape first. Here, I'll double this up on my second screen so I can see it and just use that for color purposes. Let's see. That will work. And then you've got kind of a nose like that. And the piercings on the side, I'll just put little dots. Or no, those are dimples. And then the piercings are like up here. I need to blow that up a little bit. Okay, yeah, I see it. We'll add in a little bit of a smile there. And I'm just gonna do a long ear. And we'll just round that out a little. And then the other side. Pointed ear. And we'll kind of sketch in your hair. I don't like that. Just kind of bring that around there. This will get cleaned up later. Okay, I should probably put in the antlers just so I have those mapped out. Let's see. So this is where that one's gonna start. And then this spot for that one. And we'll... This should work. Oh, what did I do? I'm gonna close that one. just so we don't mess with it, I need to pull this down slightly. There we go. And deselect. Okay. Why is my pen not working? Maybe I need to select all? That works. Okay. I'll just define those a little bit. And we're just gonna do that. Okay. That doesn't look half bad. I'll just clean up a few of the lines here. Just so I can see where everything is. And what I think I'm gonna do, if I can find the freehand, is I'm just gonna copy this and then we're just going to flip it. I need to move that, transform, and flip. And then we'll line it up here and shrink it slightly. And then I'll go in and clean up these lines. Come on. Give me something to work with here. There we go. I'll just take that out and sketch that in. And then we can work around that for your little hair bits. I don't like that. And this goes up here. And there's a little bit up here. And a bit of a shaved bit here. And we'll just do that. And I'm just gonna clean up some of these a little bit, just so we can see what we're working with. I need to merge my layers here to do that. Okay. I'm just gonna do that, just so we have a clean sketch to work with, and then that's where the ear is. And we'll pull these lines out. Just erase over the eye lines here. Maybe I can use the bigger one. There we go. It's just the sketch, so I'm just erasing little bits that aren't really needed as much. And then this is all hair, so this is the head. I don't need that line anymore. Not bad. I feel like I could puff out the this part a little bit more. Yeah. And then come in with the eraser and we'll just clean up that line. And I can probably connect that a little bit better. Oop. And we'll just revise this one a little. I think that looks pretty good. I feel like this curve is a little too steep. I feel like it should come around and then under. There we go. And then I can just take out the extra lines. And we'll sketch in the eyeballs too. I'm gonna do kind of a rounded square for these. Okay. That looks pretty good. And then eyebrows, can't forget eyebrows. You have kind of this slanted eyebrow going on. Yeah, I'm kind of locked in here. Looks like there's a piercing on this too. I'm just gonna round this out a little bit. And then taper. Go around there. Don't need that line anymore. And then throw in the piercing. That looks pretty good. I'll add in these emphasis lines. I wonder if I should angle that other ear a little bit more. Here, I'll take her out and we'll sketch her in. That way you can see it. Oh. I resized my brushes. There we go. All right. That looks pretty good so far. We're gonna add in the neck. And shoulders. The shirt kind of curves inwards, so we'll get that going. And then the arm will be like right there. this side. And we'll get those shoulders defined. Oh, that's too much. Okay. A lot of art is just shapes. I'm wondering if that's a little bit too much. It might be. Let me just define where the arm sits. Yeah, it's a little much. So I'm just gonna take out this line. And we're gonna place that a little bit closer. And then we're gonna add in these beautiful eyeballs. And that gives me where this part is. And I'll see what I can do with the other side here. And the one here. Which gives me this side. And I kind of want to define that chest a little bit more. Okay, this is what we're working with so far. I think that's looking pretty good. And where the shorts waistband begins should be about right in here, I'm thinking. So we'll sketch that in. Button. That should be good enough. And then I don't have to draw hands. Alright, we'll just... Don't like that line. Should be good. And then there's also some collarbone definition in here. That looks pretty good. now we have to add in these wings. I'm just gonna go to the other side. Okay, it's a very bone-like structure. Starting from about the mid-back. What I think I'm gonna do is I will add another layer underneath so I can erase without messing with this. And we're just going to start like right here because bone would be right there. And we'll kind of come out like that. And then we'll throw in that bone and this one. And okay, and then there's a little piece here. And then kind of another bone in here. I'm just gonna slide over here and then this bit in there. So and then this part is just kind of, and then it's just feathers, I believe. Yep. Some feathers, which I can hardly see on my second screen. Okay, I see. So you kind of have like that curly bit and then the feathers stemming from it. So we'll start with that curly bit. Going up to that part. So. And then I'll just kind of that should work. Okay. They get longer, so that I'm just gonna backtrack a little bit. And then this one. Would you like a clearer ref for the wings, or are you good? I think I'm okay. And then it kind of stems out like that. Let me just see. I think we're doing pretty good here. That should be all right. And then I'm just gonna add in these little I feel like I'm not that great with wings. It's kind of broken wings here. just gonna kind of make it up as I go on this side. And then 2 long ones we'll put here. I need to see the reference. Okay, so yeah. This one should probably be a little bit shorter. Actually, there's a short one and then there's 2 long ones. So we can do that. And then we'll just do that. And then I think I'll have your wings spread and we'll just like warp this on the other side. Just to save a little bit of time. Okay. And then... I think we're okay with that. Yeah, I think that'll work. We can line it. And I'm just gonna copy this and we'll flip it and rotate a little bit. And I'm gonna need to move everything over actually. We're gonna put that in the middle. And I can just make that a little bit. I think that works, and then I can just go around and okay, where are you? Which thing is which? Okay, that's the main one. That's the other one. That's this one. So we're just gonna touch that up a little bit. And then we'll make sure this is clear. And same with the other one. This is why I did it on another layer. So then I don't have to worry about erasing. Okay. Okay, then I can merge those together. And we'll just move that back here. And then we should be able to line over this. There's gotta be a better way to do this with the vectors. Vector layer. Okay. I'm gonna make my Sketch translucent. And we are going to oh yeah, this is working pretty well. I just needed my tool options. Graphics pen. Okay. And then we'll set this to like 10. Not 5, 10, 10. Okay, angle. Use tablet angle, how about? Okay, we're going to set that lower. Like 2. Better. All right. I can taper these later. That's not an issue. We'll just... I actually don't like the tablet angle, believe it or not. Let's try that again. Wait, can I use V? I can use V, it just ignores my tablet pressure. Huh. Let's use the tablet pressure to select the size. Okay, that's a lot better. I'm just gonna line over this quickly because I can mess with it later. I don't like the angle that it's using here. So let's set that back to tablet angle for a second. And maybe use a little bit more pressure. I'm getting used to my tools, chat. We'll fix the things later because vectors are nice for that. I still like affinity better for vectors. Maybe we can go between them. Come on. I don't like what my mouse is doing here. But just to show you, like this line is not cooperating properly. But I can just... Come on. Let me select the thing. Okay. Why can't I select the thing? It's not locked. Now it is. I don't know why I can't select it. Okay, we'll move these one at a time then. I was gonna delete some of them, but I guess it's not letting me do that. And there we go. Problem solved. And this one I can connect there. This one's going a little bit over. Ugh. I hate how messy this is. Affinity is so much cleaner. Same thing here. Just drag them over onto here and then align this with the original line. And I might be better off just moving these. Easy. This one's a little bit scraggly. That's okay. Because I can spread these out a little and it'll be perfect. I still don't like what this brush is doing. You know what? We're gonna do something different. I am going to copy this entire layer. And I will have to switch the input to Affinity Designer, but that is fine. Not now. Give me Designer, come on. There we go. New from clipboard. And here we have our sketch. So I'm just gonna make a new layer. And I've only ever worked with this on iPad for this purpose, but we're going to figure it out. What I can do is the pencil, I want window stabilizer. And I'm just gonna make this side panel a little bit skinnier. And we'll take the opacity down. Come on, let me zoom in. Okay, then I need my stroke to be black. And the width to be, let's try that. Nope. There we go. Now I'm getting something a little bit tinier. And I'm going to mess with my brush wherever that is. Should have brush settings. Stroke. Texture line style. Okay. Yeah, I have brushes on mobile, so I'm not sure. I'm just gonna make this a tad smaller so I can see you guys. Oh, that's how you know the vectors aren't vectoring. The program switch. Smoothness 50. I don't know where my brushes are on desktop, to be honest. But I think this will work. We can taper later. I'm gonna put it at 2. And we're just gonna draw. And then I can just take the node tool and line these up a little bit better. This is how I normally do my line art, chat. Straighten that out. And then the nice part is I can go in here and mess with the pressure settings. So if I want the lines skinnier in certain parts, I can do that. So I can just shape the lines this way. I love Affinity for this. It's great. And that applies to my brush. Do I have permission to call you mommy? I need this, please. I'd prefer you don't, but If you're referring to the program, yeah, this is nice. And Affinity is free now, which is nice as well. But I can just mess with my lines to get them exactly the way I want them. That's too curved. Let's change it. All right. I need my pencil back. Okay. We're gonna straighten that out a little and adjust the line. Same thing with this side. And then I'm just gonna adjust the curves on these real quick. And I don't need this. There we go. Yeah, this is a lot like Adobe Illustrator, so if you've ever worked in Illustrator, it's similar. Yeah, I love this for vectors. You can see how easy this is versus what I was working with before. Let's do this other eye. And you can be messy because you can just fix it later. And fine tune it and get it exactly how you want it. I'm just gonna round that out a little. Probably don't even need this middle point. And then I'm just gonna adjust the taper on the ends here, so it's not as harsh. There we go. And we'll do this. You see, I don't have a million points like Krita's giving me. I just have what I need to make that shape. And this is so much easier. I don't want that. I'm just gonna do that. Okay, I'm not doing bad for my first time not using the iPad version for this. Let me just pull that into the corner. There we go. And if I want these thicker, all I have to do is select them all. I just need to figure out where my layers went. Oh my gosh. It's because it's so small. Okay, so all of these I will put under the vector layer. So I can select them all, and then if I want to mess with the thickness, I can. I think that's about right. And then I can just go around the ear here. And we'll smooth that out a little bit. I don't need this many points. There's also another thing you can do too if you don't want to just actually draw it. Actually, I might do that for this one, to be honest. There's this tool. And then I can just go in and shape these to smooth them out. And I think that looks pretty good. So for larger line art spots, that's really helpful. And this one I do want more of a taper, so I'm just gonna pull her in a bit. And then curve that out. See how clean this line art is? This is why I like Affinity. Because I can just go in and adjust it without a million different dots, not lines. And it just works. We're just gonna adjust that out a bit. Vectors are a game changer. And I will come around here. That is a little unsteady. This is smoother on my iPad directly. I'm not gonna lie. We'll just pencil that in like this. Best part is vectors are scalable. So if you get all the way to the line art stage and you decide, oh, I needed this to be like print sized. That's possible. Because you can just blow it up and it's not going to affect the quality. So if you like set your sizing wrong, it's not a big deal. I'm just going to taper that a little on the middle. Maybe we'll do that a little bit with the ear too. There we go. What's wild is the software is free now. I paid for it because it was like really helpful, but like a year later it became free. And then the nice part is if I just, let's say I want to add to this, it lets me. So we'll just do that. And then add in a little piece there. And smooth that out a little. And did it give any perks for those who paid for this? I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I want that shaped a little bit. Yeah, it's a power move that they did that though, because with Adobe and everything going on with that, I'm just gonna reset this. Like, it's a bit of a power move to have software like this completely free right now. And we'll just curve. And then this issue I can solve by... Actually, I might do that here too. Let's break this apart. Yeah, that's way better. And we'll just adjust the taper slightly here. I mean, all the programs I know have vectors. Procreate does not. So what I'll do is when I'm working on my iPad, I will do this in the iPad version of Affinity Designer, and then I will take this and I will export it as a raster image and then pull it back into Procreate. Yeah, we aren't doing Royal 5 songs anymore. There might be like a one-off every now and then. I'm gonna adjust this again. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And then we'll just do the middle here. Yeah, we might do some collabs. I know we've had some like shelved projects. I'm just gonna... You can also shape it as you go, which is really nice. Oop, I don't want to close that. I do want to reset this though. No, I like that better straight. Alright. Y'all are probably gonna make some solo songs. Yeah, that's the plan, at least for me. I don't know what Rinny and Tora are doing, but... Let's see. I'm just gonna adjust that out a little bit. I want a new line. And we'll just curve these out a little. And bring that in. And then this, and I want that to fully taper. And we'll just bring that in a little. And taper it. Such clean lines. Let's see. Nothing much Garnet switch programs. This is Affinity Designer. I'm doing it because the vectors were pissing me off in Krita. But we'll be back to Krita for the shading because I don't have much for good brushes in Affinity Designer. I normally go back to Procreate on my iPad when I'm doing the coloring process. Let's get this antler going. I should probably be doing this in bits, but I can separate it out later if I need to. Okay, we'll just... I love this program for vectors. I will continue to sing its praises. And yeah, I'm probably gonna split this up a bit. I just need to get the shape first. Yeah, Affinity's like power move recently was that their whole suite is free now. Oh. It used to be paid, but they're like the Photoshop Illustrator alternatives. And they're owned by Canva. So if you're a Canva user, you'd probably really like this. That looks pretty good. I think I'm gonna shape this a bit more. Correct the... I don't think I really need that one. Oh, maybe I do. There we go. Okay. Now I think what I'm gonna do is on the edges here to kind of taper them, I'm gonna break the curve and then we'll adjust the way this looks. There we go. I think I can round these out too. Yeah, and then we'll just mess with the pressure settings. Realistically, you don't even need the pen to do this. It just makes it easier to control. No, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. And the nice part is I can now select all of these. Copy them. And flip them. And then just trace them around the other side. So... so easy. So very, very easy. And like, I spent the time drawing it once. Might as well. And these are the same lines, but I can guide them to where I want them around the sketch artwork on the other side here. Adjust these curves, bring that down. Oh, bring that down. And you get perfect lines every single time. This is so much easier than redrawing the same line like 20 times. I'm gonna make that curved on this side and just mess with it a little. If I select both of these, I should be able to align those perfectly. And then we'll just make sure that it's good. Actually, I'll straighten that out. I still don't like how that looks. There we go. That's better. And once I get this back to raster software, I can actually mess with it with the eraser tool too, because the lines are already made and they're already straight. I'm actually wondering though if, because Krita supports vectors, if it'll just let me import the vector line art as an SVG. Yeah, Procreate is nice because it's a one-time purchase. That's why I use this with Procreate. Garnet, would you be okay if I use this as a profile picture when you finish this? Absolutely. Just if anybody asks, tell them who drew it. Okay, we're just gonna go down this side. Because this is free. It has an iPad version, which is really nice. And we're just gonna mess with that. And then you can just bring the lines back into Procreate for coloring and using all the fancy brushes and everything. You just get better line art out of it. And then I should be able to... Properties. Can I set this to not mirror? Because it doesn't mirror on my iPad for some reason. Can I do that maybe? Okay, that's the wrong side. I think that'll work. If I can just... Nope, that one's connected. But I can bring one down here. That works. And then I can mess with that so it is hidden. And then this, like that. Hi, Chaotic. Welcome to the stream. I don't know how long you've been here, so I'm welcoming you to the stream anyway. Yeah, this is working. See how clean that is? I'm just gonna mess with this one a little bit. So clean. Wonderful line art. This can come up. No, actually I like it better down here. This is why I love this program! Alright. Double click. Oh, I have an extra one there. That's why. And then this needs to be more curved, so we'll make it more curved. May not even need this, actually. Yeah, there we go. Fewer points are better with vectors. Which is why Krita was pissing me off. Because you can't exactly go fewer points without issues. Okay, that side's fine. It's this side that I want a little more tapered. And I can't seem to do that. I hate these are linking, and I don't know why it's linking. Oh, there we go. I got it. I got it. Okay, I'm just gonna add another dot in here. And then we're just gonna smooth that out a little. I can leave that. Y'all, I'm gonna do some stuff. I will be back soon. Okay, I will be here for the next hour, at least. Okay, let's get that ear in there. feel like I can just be more stylistic with the line art this way too. Alright. Now we're gonna get creative with this one so it follows through all the way. That is going through the ear, not for long. I will break the dot there and delete. And then we'll just adjust this side a little and adjust that side a little. Beautiful. All right. Wonderful. I think I'm gonna do that, and we're going to pull that in a little. This is starting to look good. I will go around the top here. And we'll just bring that in. And I'm just going to bring that out a little bit. And then adjust this. All right. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. That should do it. Click, click, click. That looks good. Maybe I'll taper the one side a little. Awesome. Bring that in a bit. And just so you guys can see what I'm working with, I'm actually going to put all of these in the layer because they're not in the layer right now. That's our sketch, and this is our line art so far. And I love the style I can do in this software. Oop. Just gonna go straight into the shoulder here and all the way down. And we'll smooth these out a little. To make that a little bit more angular. And we'll place this here. That's looking good. It's not hard to get used to this because I'm used to it on iPad. It's just slightly different on PC. So, yikes. I want a new line, thank you. And then anything I want to define, I'll just use more points to do. Like this area. And we'll just smooth it out a little. And I can curve that how I want it to be. Affinity is so good. And like, it's free too, so like, it doesn't really matter if you have other art programs. Like, you don't have to spend anything to do this. And you can just export the raster art. Or if your program supports vectors, but not very well, we're gonna see if Krita will actually take my line art from this. I am going to make it so it is not lines anymore before we do that, because that's a good practice, since lines tend to work a little bit differently than other vector shapes. Is it available for mobile too? Yeah, I use it on my iPad. I don't know if it's on iPhone or not. But if you have an iPad, it's definitely there. I believe there's an Android version too. Don't quote me on that, but... yeah, it works beautifully with the Apple Pencil. I think there's a way to do, like, pressure sensitivity too. I just don't know how it works. But, like, you don't really need that here. You can shape the lines regardless. Really nicely. So, which side is which? I can't tell. I'm just gonna reset the pressure sensitivity there, and we'll try tapering one side or the other. I don't know what it's doing here, but I don't like it. So we're just gonna line that up a little bit better and call it a day. And then this doesn't need to be as defined there. I'm actually gonna back this off a little too. I draw on my Samsung tablet, but I'll check it out. I've also heard good things about Clip Studio Paint. I haven't used it personally, but the artist that worked on our Wonderland music video does vector line art, and she uses Clip Studio Paint. So if that is capable of working for you, that's an option as well. My manager also has a friend that uses Clip Studio Paint on an Android tablet. So that's worth checking out. It is a paid program though, so there is that. Affinity is free, so if you can find it on Android, there you go. Okay, then we're gonna need to line the outfit, eyeballs, and then the wings. I tried Clip Studio once on a PC with digital pen. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I haven't used it personally. The payment is what kind of drives me away, because I don't want to pay for software that, like, when I'm already used to something and I have a good workflow. I feel like it's a little bit redundant just to be able to try it, and I don't know, I could try free trial, but if you have something that already works, then okay. That's looking good. We'll just go around there. I don't like how angular this one is. round that out a little bit more. Same here. Very nice. Okay, we'll do the shorts and the other bit of the arm here. And then the big one's gonna be the wings. That's gonna be a little insane. Okay. We're gonna do this just like I sketched it. You're pretty comfortable with Ibis paint. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I don't know. I've seen some artists on TikTok use that one. I'm not sure if it has vectors. It might. But yeah. The more dots they give you to work with, it's just a headache to get nice vector line art. And I'm just gonna copy paste this and flip and rotate. And there we go. Anything circular like that, I am tempted to just use something else for that. You know what? I do like the idea of there being like a little thing here. Just kind of separated. And we'll turn that down to like 2. And then fully. There we go. Should probably bridge this too. Okay. That looks pretty good. Put this back to 3.5. And curve those. And I can probably do that on the other side too. There we go. And we'll this needs to go back up to 3.5, and I'm just gonna undo a little bit of the taper here. Why is it so light? Did I mess with the opacity somewhere? Yes, I did. Okay. And then we'll adjust the taper there. And then the curve. And then I'll bring this over to the other side. We'll just... That looks pretty good. Alright, now for these eyeballs. I feel like we're gonna want something curved. Around like this. And I think I'm gonna reverse this a little bit. So we have it a little bit thicker at the edges. And a little bit more tapered toward the middle. There we go. Gonna add another dot here. Personally, I hate drawing instruments, especially string ones. I think you kind of have to know how the instrument operates too, to kind of get things accurate. I've only really drawn keys, so we're gonna go around here. And this one, I'm gonna want it kind of an up and down vibe. Okay. Actually, this works with the thick end and the small end. I kind of like that. We're just rounding out diamonds for most of these. Oh yeah, I never draw instruments. This is something I should probably learn. It helps to kind of learn the mechanics of the instrument. Even the artists who worked on the Wonderland music video actually asked us to provide reference pictures of us actually playing the song. I'm gonna make these a little thicker. There we go. Because you kind of have to see how it's being played. It's one of those things. Okay, we're almost done with these eyeballs, and then come the wings. Okay, I'm just gonna round that out a little. And this one too. Okay, we'll pull the line art into the other line arts to hide it. The thing I do because I play the bass is kind of similar. The issue is drawing 6 strings with an equal space from each other in a minuscule space. I can see that. Honestly, vectors would probably help though, because then you'd be able to move it around until it's just right. That looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more curve. Yeah. And then we'll just, oh, I should have started over here because it intersects. Okay, bye Eric. Thanks for coming. Let's see. That looks pretty good. We'll just adjust these. And then the last one. There we go. That's pretty good. Alright, now we're going to get a little bit creative. These will be filled in the same color. And I can't convert to pie. Convert to donuts? No. Convert to curves. Here we go. There we go. Sometimes things disappear like that in Affinity. You get used to it. If you just zoom in, it comes back. And we'll just put all the eyeballs in by adjusting. And this one's a little bit rounder. And so is that one. And this side, and then the wings, and we're done the lining. Art takes so much time sometimes. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna make sure this is all under the same layer. Oh, almost forgot this one. We're gonna take out the fill for this. And just kind of line that up. There we go. And then these real quick. I'm gonna reverse this. Okay. Okay, and then this one. And then down here. There we go. And these lines I almost forgot about. And also we'll have to patch in. I'm gonna add more details, I think, to piercing. So we're gonna do this, and I'm just gonna make it a little bit thinner. And then we'll come in with these. Just gonna do that. And then these little dimple spots, I can kind of just patch in like that. Oop, Okay, we're gonna make sure this is all in the layer. And then I'll show you what it's like without the wings so far. This is what we're working with. And I forgot these lines and the piercing there. So I'm just gonna pull those in real quick. And there's a line in the ear as well. And we'll mess with the sizing of that a little. I didn't mean to do a new one. And I'm just gonna leave this as like a bit of a circle so we can color it in later. Okay, all that should be left is the wings there. We'll get these curves onto the same layer, and I think I'm going to do a different layer for the wings. But first we are going to select all of these, and then there should be convert to expand stroke. This is going to take a second because I'm doing so many layers. But now, if I look at these, they're shapes. Which means anything that went wrong that I didn't quite like, I can just adjust the width of. So this spot in here, we can mess with to smooth it out. And even better than that, I can pull all of this together and make it one line. So under geometry, add. Now it's all one line. So if I have spots that aren't quite so smooth, I can just smooth them out. So we'll put a dot there. Smooth this out. I don't like how this is looking. Just smooth it out. I don't like that this is going over, so we'll just delete the dot and smooth it out. This is also overlapping. I can take that out. Easy, easy cleanup. Might want this a little bit thicker. And this a little bit skinnier. You can just go in and adjust everything. So handy. This, I maybe want to intersect with that. Maybe be a little bit wider. Tip is going over. Go. And I don't like how this is shaped actually. So we're gonna fix it. You can get super nitpicky, but I think it's okay. I don't think there's too much to change here. Might just... Oh, I don't want to delete the whole thing. Wow, okay. We'll just make that touch. I want to make this a little bit more tapered. And actually, we can probably taper this too. That looks pretty good. Very nice. This is a little bit over. That's better. Easy peasy. And then this doesn't quite line up, so we'll adjust it. Because we can. Oop. I'll bring that a little bit further away, add another dot there. And this I want to be a little bit tapered too. So we're gonna do that. And I'll just adjust the shaping. This is a little over. This is how you get perfect line art. Not that art has to be perfect. It's not. But this is the closest you're gonna get. Like, clean line art. And then we'll pull this in a little bit. Another overlap. There's two here. I don't like that. And this can actually come out a little. Oh, I hate all these overlaps. That should be good. Put that there. Another one here. I think we're okay otherwise. Seems good. This can come out a little. I don't want it to overlap though. So we'll have to make sure it just touches. And then we'll mess with that. And this looks good. Yeah, I think I've been careful with the rest not to overlap too much. This is a little wonky, so we're gonna fix it. That was one of the problematic spots that I had issues with earlier on. So we'll just fix it. And I want to taper it a little bit, so we're gonna do that. And I'll make sure that's nice. Don't really like that. That's fine. Alright, I think that part's done. And these are alright, but I don't like that. I'm just gonna make these pointed real quick. Just because it fits the style I'm going for a little bit better. You have so much control with vectors. It's crazy. There we go. Gonna be our B. Okay, see you soon. And then this was a little bit wonky. So I'm just gonna pull that out and then pull these. And then make that a point. And then this antler side, we'll just adjust. This is curved a little bit weird. Where is my... I need this layer and I can't find it. Oh, did I accidentally? Yeah, I accidentally deleted the wine art and I didn't realize. Okay, we're fine. I've got it back. I've got it back. Okay, we're just gonna move this down a little and then make that a full point. Okay, that looks good. And then I'm just gonna take these out and move that down. Wonderful. Actually, I want to move this up a little bit. Oh. Maybe I should move that first. And then hold that and do that. There we go. I think that works. Okay. Oh, I should probably save this. Garnet art stream 06. What day is 11? And we'll put that in there. Okay, new layer. Now we can work with these. I'm just gonna reset this and we'll adjust the taper after. Node tool, and then back into the pen tool. That seems pretty good. We're just gonna, oh, do this. And then, this is a little messy, but I think I can manage. Okay, we kind of want it thinner in the middle, I think. And then this is more rounded at the ends, so we'll just do them all. And I'll taper in the middle, inward like that. This can probably come out a little bit. All right. I might have overdone that slightly. Yeah, that's about right. And then the other one's just Alright. I can work with that. I think that looks pretty bone-like. Should probably have it overlap a little bit with this. And then pull that in a little. And then this can kind of round out a little. This should be touching, so I'm just gonna add a little curve. Welcome back, Bean. Yes, I have started on the wings. We're getting a nice shape going for these bone-like structures. And I'm gonna kind of interpolate off the sketch here to get this shape down. I don't need two of these actually. And then this can come down a little bit. That looks pretty good. And I may need to move that over because I realize there's a bit of bone there. Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, I'm gonna move this out of the... Not you. I'm locking you. Where is my lock? Lock. I don't know why it's not, like, holding to the layer. Here we go. Hopefully that'll work. We're just gonna come around the corner in a curve, and then around. And I'm just gonna draw that shape in around the sketch. And we'll just and then this bit, oop, can go in around here. There we go. I don't need this. That's smoother. Pull this in a little bit. There we go. I think I'm going to join the Discord. Yeah, the more the merrier. Welcome. We're just gonna pull that down a bit. And I'm gonna kind of go around here with this. And we'll kind of do that. I'm getting this shape in here super accurate if I can. Pull that in a little. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. And then this comes in a bit, so we don't need that. There we go. And then this part, I need to see the back to see how that works. Okay, I think I see it. So there's this one bit in here. I'll do this part first. Oh. What happened to my stroke width? Okay, we'll do this a little bit. And I'll kind of taper that, and then start here. I am kind of locked into this right now. Okay, let's adjust these. This should kind of line up there. I'm gonna mess with the taper a little bit. There we go. And then this is just the end parts. I think that looks pretty good. And we'll copy these to the other side. Where did my flip? And I will place you in here. And this will be okay because I can mess with it later. I just need the sort of shape of these. I guess I don't need that much lining here. It's mainly that end bit. These pieces in here. Because the rest isn't really seen. Okay. Okay, I am going to mess with that a little bit. We'll pull you to the end. And this one is going to get extended. I think that's pretty good. And then these can come out here. little bit. And I think I'm just gonna shrink this a little. And we'll pull out some of these, and I'll just go around what I can see in the sketch here. And we'll just break this up. Okay. I think that looks pretty good so far. So I'm just gonna line this spot. And we'll make those a little bit curvier. Okay. I think this is looking pretty good. Kind of want to put this a little bit more centered. There we go. And then we're gonna do another trick here. Convert to curves and then pull the top off. Wait, I need to break it first, then pull the top off. And then we can go and line these up. Okay, and then over here. We're just going to go around. Just pull it into the line art there. I think I'm going to straighten that. There we go. Again, pull this down to here. Actually, let's do that. I'm just gonna make that a little bit curvier. I think this is working. Yeah, let's do that. And then overall, I should be able to just align these and then pull the points where I need them to be. Very nice. I'm just gonna pull that down slightly. And we're gonna make it a little bit more shapely. Add in another point. Actually, no, we can use this point. I just need to shape it a little better. And that will work. Whoa! I need to move that over. All right. I think we're doing pretty good with this one. I'm gonna copy this one again to put in here. I'm gonna add a little bit to go there. So easy. Select these three, move them over here, and reshape you. Looks good. And then over here, I'm just gonna pull it in here, and we'll shape this a little bit. Whoop. That looks good. Just want to taper this inward a little bit. We're getting somewhere, chat. We're getting somewhere. Okay. I'm just gonna do that. And then we're just gonna... I'm actually gonna draw these ones in with the pencil. No, I don't want to right click. I want to... Okay, then we can go through and smooth those out. Get rid of anything that's unnecessary. Very nice. And we'll draw in this one. Now points. Okay. I think we can work with that. That works. Yeah. I think we're doing all right. And technically I can do the base color with vectors too. That might actually be a little bit easier. We'll see. Very nice. I like that a little bit straighter. I think we'll do these last two first. I'm just gonna double check. I think we can just smoothly add those. Alright. What I think I'm gonna do is just make this a little bit smaller and then come around like this, nice and wide. Actually, we probably don't even need it up to here. Which one is which? I can't tell. I think I need to break it here. And then... there we go. Oh, nope. There we don't go. Yes, that seems to work. Same thing here. Okay. Looks good. And I'm just gonna copy all of these. And we'll pull them to the other side. There, a little bit of rotation, and then pull that down. I think I need more rotation. Somehow I did this with the sketch just fine. And I don't understand how. I think it needs to be like that. That's close enough that I can work with it, I think. We'll just do that. Pull this up to here. Okay, I'm just going to take this and move it aside a little. Move this aside. And this whole thing can probably get moved down and rotated. And we'll adjust. And this whole thing looks like it goes in here. This looks like it's right there. Nope, not what I meant to do. Break. I'm gonna adjust this one too. And then these can go out of here. I think that works pretty well. Let's take out the sketch. And I'm just gonna add a few bone lines here. There we go. And this should not be overlapping with the pull it into the face, and this is actually where I'm going to start messing with the there we go. I'm going to pull this in a little. I feel like this should be more up. I don't know why. But we're gonna mess with it real quick. I can do this. Yep. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Lining appears to be done. I'm just gonna do the pupils real quick and adjust this a little. Convert to curves. We're just gonna make these a little bit squarer and smaller. And fill. There we go. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to add the highlights by taking that off and making that white. That way it's just part of the line art. Okay. Then I need to expand stroke and just make sure those are together. Expand stroke. And then make sure those are together. Okay. These are the wing layers, which means I need to pull everything together. Expand stroke. The wing is clipping through the ear. Yeah, we'll fix that in a moment. Actually, we'll fix that now because I can. Oh. Actually, this isn't line art anymore. I can use the eraser tool or cut it. Cutting it works too. There we go. All right. And I'm just gonna adjust the taper on the ends here, which we're gonna do manually since I didn't really mess with the settings. This will be a little bit softer, but that's fine. Oop. I'm also gonna kind of bring that in a little. Don't like that one as much. Oop. Yeah, I'm more okay with that. These ones definitely need it. Make it a little spikier. And I'm just gonna adjust that a little. And these ends. Oh wow, I've been streaming for more than 4 hours now. I'm probably gonna have to go soon. But we'll finish off the line art and then we'll see if Krita will take it. And then I can probably do another one of these to color. We just kind of went ham on the line art. All right. Longest stream ever so far, right? Oh, I don't want to do that. I want that. Select the other thingy, please. That will work. And then these edges. Probably should have tapered these somehow else, but I think it works. just kind of deleting points to make stuff pointier. Stuff takes time. Alright, and then here. And here. That looks a lot better. Okay. Let's sharpen that a little and this should do it. There we go. And then I can pull that out for a smooth line. This can probably be pointier too. There we go. I'm gonna make the ear a little pointier as well. And this end. And here. That should do it. This ear too. And then this wing side we'll do. Looking good so far. I'm just gonna adjust here. And I don't like this as much. There we go. So much cleaner. Actually, I'm gonna take that out and make this a point. Here too. And up here. And then this isn't really necessary. This can be smoothed out. Got it. Oop, a little too much. I think that works. I'm just gonna join this. And just... Got it. And these two. Gotta keep the spiky going on. Oop. Ooh, this is a little bit crazy. That is fine. I will patch this. There we go. Add. And we'll take that out. Get some more spiky going. Okay, this is looking good. I'm just gonna kind of taper this in a little bit. Sharpen the end. And here too. Oh, I think we forgot to do the little part in here. That's fine. I can patch it in. Don't need that much. Whoop. That looks pretty good. And this one. And that's pointed. Okay. I'm just gonna reference the sketch. Yes, there was some stuff in here. Let's just put that in real quick. And I will span stroke, and then I can pull this out, make this a little pointier. That a little pointier. And this one. There we go. I think that's good. Looks good. I think we missed that same part in there too. So I'm just gonna copy paste it. flip. And just kind of sandwich it in there wherever it'll fit. And it's not quite thick enough anymore, so we'll just add a little bit of a stroke to it to thicken the lines. And I'll bring this in a little. And expand. And then we'll take those two and add them together. And I want this entire line art to be one piece. So we're just going to add. Now we have a single line art. The only thing I don't want is these in there. So we're gonna separate those out. And we'll just deselect those. Actually, I'm gonna lock these temporarily so we can't touch them, and then add. And then these can be unlocked and add. So now we should have two pieces on the same layer. So I should be able to export as SVG, and then we'll just save that and see if I can pull that back into Krita. I just need to find it on my hard drive. All right, we got this. Where did I save it? Where did I save it? One moment. Export. Okay. Oh, it's in the main solo folder. Still using the Royal 5 folder. I just have a solo piece in there. So there should be an SVG in here somewhere. Odd, I don't see it. Oh, here it is. So then the SVG, I will switch back to the other software on the stream real quick. Give me a second. Krita. So here's our sketch. And we're gonna try and import the SVG. Insert as new layer. Preferred resolution, sure. This seems to be a vector layer. Okay, let's try aligning it with the sketch. Not bad. Okay, so this is ref, this is sketch. Now if we take the sketch out of there, we have the line art. I'm just gonna save this. And this is a vector too. So I should be able to see what this looks like. Come on. Oh no, I'm getting the spinning ball. Okay. Oh. Did Krita crash on me? That's okay. I saved. I saved, guys. We're good. I just need to bring it back up. Wherever the heck I put it. There we go. It's fine. We're good. These are vector lines. So I should be able to mess with them, and I don't know why I can't. Okay. I guess it's not letting me mess with the SVG. That's fine. I'm gonna lock that layer anyway. But it did import it as a vector layer, which is promising. I think we're gonna do the coloring next time. I can even do it in Affinity because I did save that project. And then pull in the base color as a separate layer. But I think we're gonna end the stream for now. And let me just go back here. The music went up in volume, wow. Okay, let me just pull that down a little bit again. All right, we're gonna finish the color next time for that one. I think we did a lot more polished work this time. Affinity is amazing, and I don't think I will be doing vectors in Krita anymore. But yeah, keep an eye on the schedule for the next art stream, and tomorrow we have Dreamlight Valley at the usual time. I'm gonna let you guys go for now, and until next time. What was my line again? I'm still not used to it. Oh, may your heart burn bright. All right. Good night, everybody. Bye.